Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, folks. Welcome. How is everyone? Kobe, how do I know it's you? You spelled your name wrong. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Don't Knock It. Hey, Bill. Hey, Greenbeard and Holtz. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Rick. And Blip. How is everyone? Whew, it's warm again. Hey, Etherling. Hey, Lord Goodface. Jakub. Steve and Nappin. Here, let's do this. This is far more entertaining. How is everyone? Hey, Tohos. Hey, our Chapman and Heiko. Whew, we are going to make more progress on the TriMax today. Done a bit of prep in between. Hey, Rod. Tuxedo and Muzin and Emin. I have really started a bad trend with this guy. He thinks there's treats as soon as I get out here and start. Doesn't matter if I'm filming or not. All right, Rico. Oh, I've been moving around. You know, when I get in a hurry getting ready, I was a few minutes late because I took a little extra time to make a somewhat proper breakfast this morning. It's been too long since I've made like eggs and cheese and my Pueblo Red. Don't knock it. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Brian. Hey, Questionable Choices. Hey, Ketrel. So if anybody gets a chance when you get done here, go back and rewatch at least the first part of Kiloprint stream this morning. He had Vitali on with an interview, and it was pretty good. So. Hey, Nuggle Rod and Rushmere. Burn Tin Fix. Good morning. This YouTube name stuff is so. Hey, Skyrim. Hey, Nalajna. Okay, I should stop drinking coffee for a moment because that's just making me hotter. So let's get going. Let me clean up my windows here. I have got far too many things up and open and cleaned up in a bit. What is this? Don't need that. Don't need that or that. What is that one? Don't need that. Don't need that. That or that. Here we go. Let's bring up Royco. Thanks for becoming a member. Hey, the Reverend. Hey, Therling. Just watch your member stream from yesterday. It was a well-productive. I know. I worked on 3 printers yesterday on the member stream, and with varying success. I think we made progress on all of them. Learned a little bit about the PZ washer. It was far closer to working, but not quite there. And then the Legacy, which I worked on second, has been printing. It's printed. This is 125% scale of the Lucky 13 Spider. This is on printables. Turned out really good. This is 125% scale. It printed a 100% scale version before this, which I ended up breaking a set of legs. So it's a 6-legged spider. And this one's PLA. With PET G eyes that were printed. The eyes were printed on the Mark IV. That was really tough to put together. So I decided in the next print, I had a nozzle clog. So I decided to just switch up back to PET G for these, because that's what's recommended for these things. Printed that in PET G and it turned out fine. It is a little over extruded. Things were a little tighter than I'd like. So another one is going right now, trying to get time on the Legacy to see if it has any of the MCU disconnect issues that I was trying to fix. So all that's going to take to test that is print time. So, hey Resin. Hey Ella. Portland Vice mugs are defective. They're leaking coffee into another dimension. There's no other explanation. Stay here, mug. Yes, Collie. So I tried to warn everybody. Time changed in parts of the world. I think next week is us. So we get 2 weeks in a row of people getting discombobulated with that. Hey, lol. Hey, Benny. Should do the hybrid with Lucky 13 top half and spider bottom. Oh, is there such a thing? How did the dishwasher fare? The dishwasher needs replaced. With the sound deadening skirts taken off, I can hear a rattle in the pump. And it's old enough. It's never been a great dishwasher for us. We've never really liked it, although it was way too expensive. We're just going to replace it. So, I'm trying to catch up. Tool changers tend to be a lot of work. But these print heads seem fiddly, or is that just Steve? I'm being extra precise. I am being extra precise. I've been told that by Zeruncho. You are spending far more time on this than I did, is what he said. So, Killer Prince is coming in. Awesome. Like I said, after this stream, go back and watch at least the beginning of Killer Prince stream. It was a good interview with Vitali. Almost had it cracked. Yep, Taylor. Hold on. How is the dishwasher doing? Oh, yeah, it's broke. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate that. Hey, Taggle, welcome from Germany. What else here? Let me get, okay. Hey, Brent. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Kaggle, Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, let's get moving. So there's a few things that I did. Let's talk about what I did between streams. Something I learned is that I was using the M3 washers I was using for spacing out the screws here, the Maxwell points. Is this a problem, Oscar? Am I interfering with your resting spot? Do you want to get up in there and things are in the way? There you go. Is there a reason you're going G2 over BMG? No particular reason. Hey Alex. I have the PZ probe in one of my printers, but it's on the same table as another printer. When the other printer is running, it keeps triggering. Well, that makes sense. Hey, Heikos. Cramping out. I know. So, the washers I was using are typical M3 washers. They have a 7mm OD. They do have a chance of interfering with the carriage spots. So I swapped those out. I went to nuts as another recommendation in the manual, and then I did a matching washer on the top one to match the ring terminals. So, and then I measured all of these across the part for a similar within a few 100,000ths of a millimeter. Hey, one project. So that was done. This goes on there, sets in place pretty well. So I have both plates assembled. I need to wire the end stop wiring, but we'll do that when we get closer to putting in the toolhead board. So I know how long the wires are and they're not in my way when I'm working on stuff. Both of these go on there, nice and satisfying. I have not cut my belts yet. I have not used a bento box. So the other thing we had to do is I had to figure out what I was doing for end stops. So this is the end stop pod from Trident, and this is the way it comes in the parts. It uses an M3 and an M5. Now the reason for that is to use two M5s, I would have had to add a part to the BOM, because this would need a 20 millimeter M5, which is not in the BOM. Instead, it uses a 16 millimeter M3. But because the Vitali Gantry uses an M5 on both sides, I had to make one that was compatible with an M5 screw. And I do have 20 millimeter M5s. They're not on the BOM, but I have them, so I'm going to use one. So that's my Y end stop solution. That'll work. It'll be good. Hey, Bob. And then for the X end stop, the thing is that, let's see if I can get a good angle here. There we go. You see the Vitali carriage here is nice and thin, but let's get all this stuff out of the way. But the spot for the X end stop is way down here. It's not gonna hit. Let's do that. There we go. That's a little better view. So see, the end stop isn't gonna hit. So hey Britt, welcome. So I needed to make a bumper here that would hit the end stop switch. So I made this. Now this is shaped for the CNC gantry, which I don't have CAD for, but Vitali publishes a small bumper that matches the contours of this part of the XY joint. So I was able to take the step file for that and derive the geometry for that to make this. And this was, I'm proud to say, a first try success. Hey, Obi-Wan. And what will happen is I'll put a heat set here and a flathead screw so I can adjust the trigger point. Alex, thanks for being a member for 26 months. This is a small rig tripod. It's a little small rig tripod I got off Amazon. It's really nice. So let's, since we're here, let's put the end stops on, and then that'll get them off my table and I don't have to worry about losing them. And then we will get into, nope, that's not for you. Can't sensorless homing be used? This is a tool changer. Positional accuracy, positional repeatability is critical. And so I wanted to use physical end stops. The Shrimp Father, Martin. Green Banner Day. Thanks for being a member. Hey, Felix is even in here. He's just back there. Ella, thanks for being a member. Okay, I need to put a heat set in here, but I need to turn this down because this is set for to 360 for the PPS stuff. So let's get this way down. There we go. 250. That'll work. Are there any other heat sets I need to do right away? No, we'll need to do some when we do the tool heads, but Bearded Bucket, 35 months, thank you. Holtz, 7 months, thank you. Okay, just gonna that's there. See this. Rod, thanks for the gifted memberships. And James, thanks for being a member for 41 months. Okay, so this just goes in here, and that is it. And then a somewhat long, I'm gonna do a flathead, 10 millimeter flathead, I think, because I made this so that the screw goes through the heat set, and then this hole here is sized to thread into plastic. So what'll happen is it'll go through the brass insert and then thread into plastic, and it'll help keep it from vibrating and adjust and changing position. Don McDonald, thanks for being a member for 29 months. And James, thanks for being a member. Rod, I thanked you for the gifted memberships, right? Miss you good enough fracs. Oh yeah, we, what did I do that? Did I build that in a Discord stream? 31 months, thanks Pathetic Puma. Okay, so what I want to do, oh, that's the other thing I did. Let me switch this over and get a zoom in. Now, the clips, the pin clips for the carriage are really cool. Zruncho is a big fan of drilling out a heat set and pressing it onto an M3 dowel. But what I did is I figured out that the partially threaded, and my fingers are kind of sore from putting together those spiders, so I'm gonna just use pliers here. But a partially threaded 50 millimeter M3 with just the threads cut off and then filed to somewhat round is pretty perfect for that. So that's what I'm using here. I wanted to take tension off of the gantry here because I'm gonna loosen this lower bolt. So super easy to do that by just pulling the pin. I have not rebuilt the fracs. I don't have new extrusions, Pathetic Puma. Don, thanks for the gifted memberships. I've considered Stealth Max on one with 350 borons, but it's so pricey. I haven't done a Stealth Max. Okay, so I designed this to use a 16 millimeter M5. Let's see, do I have one out here? Yeah, just a 16 millimeter M5 instead of the 10 that's in there. We are very close to giving in and doing treat time for this little booger. Are you serious, Pathetic Puma? I didn't know you sent them. They didn't make it here. They didn't make it here, Pathetic Puma. I would have said something if I had known they were coming. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this 10 millimeter out of the bottom. And we are doing Loctite on, this is going through a plastic part, so it's not as critical, but I'll do just a little bit of Loctite on the end since it was there before. This goes up and will settle in there. Where's the, there we go. Hey, here's Nano. Okay, so let me get a little better view of that. We'll do a little shaky cam because that'll be easier to get to it. So that is, so it's got some parts that wrap up, and hopefully we'll keep this from, it's going to be tight. It's not going to shift, but it was fine. Hey, Trevor. So, and then this will thread in. Yeah. And, ooh. Let me get the belts back on before I really screw everything up. Get that up on there. Make sure everything's riding. There we go. Perfect. So easy. So easy. Now we can get a better look at how this is going to work. Go across, that out of the way, and boom. And I can adjust that to set the trigger point. Perfect. One more. Dude. Part of the mount. This part of the mount is a massive improvement. The pins, or okay, once again, taking pressure off the gantry, and I had one of the belts. Oh, the belts, yeah. Wow. Okay, let me grab a regular Allen wrench, since that is Loctited. Oops, wrong size. Orange. Oh yeah, it's way outside of bed travel. I mean, you gotta realize I've got like 4 inches. Okay, so those are coming off, and I need a 20 millimeter and a, do I have them over here? 20 millimeter and a 16 millimeter. So 5 by 20. And an M5 by 16. This will handle our end stops. What do we got here? Hard K, welcome. TriMax is, yeah. I am so looking forward to this working. I have projects. I have a keyboard, a bastard keyboard designed to print for a coworker, and let's see here. Oh, let's make sure that that's lined up. It is 300 millimeter, but I'm curious, if you shipped one, what happened? Where are you? You in here? There it is. Okay. Oscar, you're a turd. Mad Max. He has a knack for sitting on the keyboard and the mouse. That would be the same, just the nature of the... Well, I mean, it's not going to get in the way right there anyway, I think, from where it's at. Why is this not fitting? Is this... I didn't... Oh, you know what? So that's not going to work. The spacing on... Come on, Vitaly. The spacing on that is just off. Look, I'm hitting the spacing. I held up it and eyeballed it, but it's just off. It looked like it was right. I'm gonna have to redo that. So the spacing is not the same as this. So that one won't be able to go on. We'll fix that next stream. Okay. Hey, Leonard. Let's see. It's already an IDEX, so I had a wider frame than standard. Yeah, find out, Pathetic Puma. Maybe it was delivered to maybe it was sent to the right place and the UPS screwed it up or something, or whoever. Maybe the carrier screwed it up. Okay, let's put this back. So the keyboard I'll be printing the parts for is a bastard keyboard, Charubris, is that right? Put that back in. Okay. I think what we can do is put this off to the side and start working on A4T toolhead stuff. Yeah. I think that's going to take most of the stream, is working on toolheads. So a 3D print craft. I get to sit in Oscar's chair. Let's go down and down. Okay. A4T. We are going to be building an A4T. Where's Felix? He was in here. Hey, Valis. Okay, another 4010 toolhead. We will be building it in, I think, this configuration. One of these? Maybe neither of these. The Galileo 2, the wristwatch G2 is what we'll be putting on here. That there, bunch of these parts. Felix is a little, So, little story with the cats. They both notice when the other one gets attention. So, Oscar loves belly rubs. Like, absolutely loves belly rubs. Very rarely will attack from a belly rub. And even then, it's not very aggressive. So Felix has started to plop down in front of us and roll over on his back for belly rubs, but he doesn't like belly rubs. You can get a couple in and then he attacks. Well, this morning, Felix did that, so I rubbed him and then he attacked. And he latched onto my arm. I've got new marks on my arm. And so I stopped. And he's biting on me. And then he starts complaining. And I'm like, dude, you're holding on to me. Look at all these little spots. You're holding on to me. I'm trying to get away and you're complaining. He's a little turd. Felix is not independent. Felix is contrary. I won't need a cutter on this. This is a tool changer. It's not well, okay, let me take that back. One of my eventual plans here is to put the box turtle on toolhead 0 on this printer. So I can have multicolor and a separate material. So I may be looking at that later, but for the first iteration of this build, I'm not adding the complication of a cutter, filament cutter. I do see crossbow here. So he's a little narcissist, yeah. Yeah, he held on with like claws in my arm and then was biting and then started growling because the growl he gets when he doesn't want to be held. It's like, I'm not holding you, you're holding me. That's like when my son was a baby. He came up to me crying, and he had one of those plastic solid books. He had it, his fingers in it and his hand holding the book. And he came up to me crying because it was hurting and he couldn't get the book off. His hand was holding it, closed over his fingers. Where the things are, I'm famous. Awesome. Okay, so printer that fits either Zoll carriage or standalone. We are using the Zoll carriage style. Hey, Joel. And then let's see, front idlers. We're using the Vitali CNC stuff. I'm going to be using a Revo PZ as my probe solution on this. I wanted to use Revo on this for the easy, nozzle swaps. So let's see. Kobe, it's okay. Let's see. Yeah, Revo Boron is compatible. Extruder, we are using the Wristwatch G2. And then I haven't sorted out full toolhead and Revo PZ mounting stuff yet. So I think we'll have plenty to do just assembling these. So printing, parts configurator. If your blower fans are not slight friction fit, you likely had shrinkage compensation or extrusion multiplier issues. I think my test fit worked okay. We're gonna need to build LED harness and then assembly steps. Hey, 1066. Keep going through here. We're gonna do some modification to the fan for a, and I am using GDS time fans. This is easy on the GDS time fans. Might not be possible on the Delta fans. Revo PZ only on one. So I'm only going to be probing on one. I will be using nudge for offset. Hey, Deanna. So lots of square nuts to put in. I'm happy with the square nut choice. Wiring. What else do I have? Testing. There we go. Okay. So let's get parts together. What do we want to do first? Let's build Wristwatch G2. What is it? Tetsu? Is that who did that? Maurice, thanks for the gift of memberships. Yeah, Tetsu did the Wristwatch G2. So this is the extruder we'll be using. So it is based on the Galileo 2, designed by Thor, refined by Tetsu. So this is where we'll start. We're gonna build our extruder and work our way down into the tool heads. Like to built an alternative to Wristwatch BMG. Additional files, main body adapted, so all that stuff. So let me grab a Galileo 2 kit. There's a newer version of this extruder on A4T page. You know what? I may have printed the one here. I may have printed the one here. No, there's the BMG. There's one for BMG, not for G2. And I don't really need the filament sensors. Yeah, this is BMG, not G2. So, is there any additional docs here? Let's go. There we go. It's okay. Kobe, it's okay. I'm on a path. I know what I'm doing here. Chill. Let's go through we've got a lot of stuff here. So we're gonna have some heat sets to put in. So and everything we're gonna be doing twice. I know. It's okay though. So I got a heat set there. So this design relies on heat set inserts. Make sure you have the proper inserts. That's supposed to, oh, that's just where it goes. What this is saying is it inserts beyond flush. It needs to go all the way in there till the little ledge it runs into. Okay, and then there's another one on the back. And that's it. Okay, so let's do some heat sets here real quick. There are so many tool heads and so many variations. Like Kobe's saying, there's ones with filament sensors and ones without and ones with filament cutters, and I'm going to miss some of that stuff, but it's okay because this is still going to work. I might as well use the new heat sets that came in the Galileo kit. I can probably count on my two hands the number of times I've been bit by running out of filament in the last 5 years. You just pay attention. Now, there are other reasons for filament sensors in the auto loaders and automating your filament stuff. Hey, we got to feel exciting. So, hey, Color Prince. Hey, Felix, kitty. You want a toy? Okay, heat sets. That's okay, Kobe. I understand. It gets a little much sometimes. Because at the same time, I don't want to ignore folks, and I don't want to be totally contrary to what's being suggested. But it's not like I can just stop right now and decide to do a different version. Okay, I'm gonna give myself 1, 2, 3 blocks are really good for like this heat set here that is parallel to this surface. So I can set this here and make sure that I get that heat set in nice and straight. This is the Frax Flex Arm. This is a design by Turtle Crawler. I've got all the cats up here right when I'm about to heat something up. That's wonderful. Will Clipper know what tool head it has based on the X-axis homing switch before homing Z? The macros account for, yeah, which it should, if you lose track, I mean, if you lose your homing position, you have to reset your origins, but these aren't aluminum. These are steel. Joel, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, now the cats are gone. Let's get the heat sets in. So these are called 1, 2, 3 blocks here in the US. They're 1 inch by 2 inch by 3 inches. What are they called? Are they 25, 50, 75s elsewhere? So remember, this goes beyond, oops. More. Go. See that that went all the way to the end. More to the ratio than the actual dimensions, do they not? No, well, I mean, it is 1 inch by 2 inch by 3 inch. And I do believe they're referred to as 25, 50, 75s outside of here. But I could be mistaken on that. Because there are 2, 4, 6 blocks. The freak. You got a membership because some kind viewer gifted memberships, and the YouTube random algorithm said, hey, that freak needs one. True, 1 solid cube. Yeah, so YouTube started, so when it started, you had to be here. When memberships first started, you had to be here. But over time, they've added it to where you can just be a subscriber to a channel. So if you're not subscribed and you want a chance of getting a gifted membership, even if you're not watching, you should subscribe. But anyway, they added the, that it will, as long as you're a subscriber, you have a chance of getting a membership, even if you're not watching. Phelps, thanks for gifted memberships. Okay, so I think that's all the heat sets we need to worry about. And then let's grab, we're gonna grab our parts. So this is just a regular LDO Galileo 2 extruder kit. We've got steppers and aluminum carrier, and this is the injection molded version. And a sticker. So one thing about gifted memberships is you do have to have it turned on in your account to accept them. I couldn't tell you step by step on how to do that, but there is a spot where you need to do that. Hey, Rick. This is just the LDO Galileo 2 kit. Before I go any further, and while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to run a quick piece of filament through here just to make sure. We got caught on that not too long ago. Let me cut the end of this. Just making sure that the filament path is clear. So just, yep, and that goes through just fine. This one. This one will too. There we go. Okay. Always a good idea to check that before you get too far in the assembly. So we're gonna have our 3. We do here. Bezliz, 2 years. Thank you. Hey, the ranch kid. What do we got? Here's a statistic for you. We've had more new members this stream than likes at this point. We're gonna stand for that. Okay, so we're gonna put bearings in the planetary gears. It is unacceptable. Put that on the carrier. And we'll put a little bit of, don't forget the lube. After running the gearbox manually above, double check for and remove any residual MGF dust. We don't have the MGF parts, so we don't have to worry about that. K2 Kevin, welcome. We're almost to 100 likes. We're almost to 50% of the people in here watching. Okay, so these bearings go there. Make sure all those are in. These are gonna go on here, just like that. This will all go in here, but we need some lube. My main tube of super lube in the other garage, but I think I have some small tubes from Crucibles. There we go. Small tube. This will work. And get a paper towel. You like the new watch? How are you liking yours? I'm happy with the sleep monitoring and the slightly larger screen and the black. Okay. Fresh thing. And oops. Let's take that there and we're just going to put some, let's see. Here. A few spots. And then get this up and around here. '88 last night's sleep. I need more hours. I've had several lately that were like, I got one that was 98. These are the latest one, Bill. The one that the Ultra 3. I skipped the Ultra 2. My Ultra 1, the battery life was getting a little low. Yeah, and that coated pretty well in there, so I think I got enough in there. Hopefully without it spilling out. We'll build one of these and then we'll build the second one. It's just lube. It's fine. Okay. It's been a while since I built one of these. Oh, and this actually, I think the kit actually comes with. Except I can't do it. I can't do it. It comes with the blue push. I need to use the black. So I have a bunch of. There we go. I have a bunch genuine Bond Tech with the black. Thank you, Andrew. Oh. There, and one more. So as the instructions say, we remove the little rubber seal on the bottom, and that one's gone for good. So, and that one. So that's those. Oh no, it fell right there. I'll keep those just in case they're useful for something. So, interestingly, Nurgle he said it's just super lube in a Prusa tube. This is very yellow. I don't think it's super lube. I think it's something else. I would have said the same thing, but that's not super lube. I think it's some other grease. Dude, what did you just do? Yes, here it is. He was very aggressive about knocking that off the table. What did it do to you? Okay, so this guy. Yes. He is a menace. This is gonna go here, and this. Ooh, so this is a job for the Knipex pliers. I'm hoping that doesn't flex too much. We'll see. Let's get this. Yeah, are you inspecting? Are they good? Will they work? Not providing the proper... Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's coming back looking... Or is it treat time yet? Is it treat time yet? So close. Will standard EPDM have worked? Yeah, I think it would. Okay, I'm gonna hold this on this side just so I don't put too much strain on that part. Would be really handy. It would be a neat little part. Tuxedo, you're good at this. Let's put a little printed insert that goes in here that holds that from collapsing when you press the ECAS fitting in. Stuff in my Mark Forest is white clear, lowest bitter lube. Yeah, probably. I don't even know what generation that one came from. It just came from the drawer. A little press tool. And then we'll pop that in. And I think this shouldn't take as much force, but I'm gonna save my fingers. Jeez. Wow, that is a lot of force. Okay, I'm gonna push this in from the... There we go. Just pushed it in on the side of the bench here. Hey, Marcel. That's a good idea too there. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea. We'll use the little indexing things there. There we go, Kobe. Good job. That's what we'll do on the next one. That's what we'll do on the next one. No, I think Kobe's got it solved. You just do that later. After this is together, you can still clamp it from the front. I think Kobe did a good idea. Good idea. Hey, Sean. Orange cat brain is impossible to understand. 1 minute Orion is laying next to me purring, the next he's biting my arm. Yep. It says to do that here in the instructions, but maybe if Tetsu or someone is watching, that Kobe's idea is a good one. Save this for the last. Lithium with mineral oil based. Okay. Sitting there printing all the lower skirts and grills from the under 3 to switch wire conversion, just dress up my under 3. Awesome. Okay. Then we get to put, so is there a shim in there? Put the planetary carrier forward while aligning the filament path. No. Okay. So we have a bearing that goes in here. these bearings. Hey, Rix. So this guy, there's one that goes in here too. So this is the one they're actually talking about. That goes in there, and that's a nice, pretty hard press fit. Just put this one in here since I know it's going to go there as well. It's not all the way in. There we go. There's a little push with the soft side of the pliers, and that settled in there. Those, I don't, no, we'll need that. Yeah, we'll need that in here. Just one of those, I think. Oh, I'll end up with extra bearings. Nice. Did this tell us to do any of this? No. They all kinds of skip steps here. There's some assumptions. We go through here, go through. I'm gonna put a carrier on. That goes there. Put in the ECAS, and then suddenly the stepper's on it. Yeah, Conic Fab. Sketch is not to scale, either that or someone has super tiny hands. You're right. You're right. Those are some full on. I won't even go there with that joke. I won't even start there. That's okay. So this is gonna go in here. It's in there, and then this guy there. That rides in there. Stepper, saying put the wires down. Now this should just drop in when things are lined up. So we just kind of gently get that. No force, just kind of wiggle. That's a good way to put it, Pure Light Night. Okay. More pages. Pull the planetary carrier forward while aligning the filament path. Take the planetary carrier rest on the inner ring of the rear bearing and align the tolerances properly. So what it's basically saying is here, this is the stack up. This is our planetary gears. Here's our stepper. This injection molded carrier here, there's no real friction surface here. I mean, it's smooth. There's grease in there. That's all fine. What we really want is this aluminum carrier. There's a little lip here. We want that riding on the bearing. So you're pulling this forward and making sure that when you clamp on the extruder gear, that the filament is going to tend to pull this towards this bearing instead of rubbing on this outside surface. We did some grease, questionable choices. Grease is in there. It is greased. So that goes in there, that goes in there. And then we're going to use an M3x25, two M3x25s. Now this comes with all the nickel plated hardware, which is really nice, but my build is all using black oxide stuff. So I'm going to substitute out for some black oxide screws. That's 30. So 25s are over here. There we go. We're going to end up needing 4 of these, so grab 4. You're right. One of them did say 35. I misread that. We're going to need 2. And 2 35s, which I am low on. I only have 4 more 35s. My eyes My eyes did not see the 3. Okay. Okay. So this guy is going to go on with the bobbed part towards the here. And have some pre-Loctited grub screws. These started on here. Oh, there's only one. Okay, it's got an extra. So I'm just gonna put that on lightly. This guy is going to go on here. There we go. Hey, Steven. And we got a 35 here, which is going to go, nope, here. It's going to go here. Use my fancy dancy vise tools. Hey, Andres. Hey, Steven. Not much time today. A little bit sticking out there. This guy through here. That stock thread locker, the grub screw got unscrewed after a time. Yeah, I was, in my mind, I was looking at, and if you didn't catch it, there's the Loctite that pushed off of there. So yeah, it's not a bad idea to pull that out and put some liquid Loctite on there. So there. There. That turns nice. Pull on that while we line up. Well, did I do that? That is wrong. So the instructions are wrong. There is a very clear alignment of the tooth part of the extruder there. It is multiple places. Come on, focus. That is not lined up with the filament path. I need to flip that around. That is not lined up with the filament path. So, Derek, welcome. That's a interesting omission, not something I would expect. Oops. Flip. Derek, thanks for the gift of memberships. Now, the other thing I noticed is there were some gaps there. So I'm going to do is run my little file over this stuff just to take care of any little raised spots on the... So just very light. It doesn't take much. All we're doing is knocking down the little bits of potential over extrusion. tiny bit of over extrusion is not always a bad thing. I'm gonna do it on this one. Of course, I grabbed the part that I didn't do the E-cast. It doesn't matter, they're all the same. I agree, Death Cube. It's not a good thing if that loosens up at all in any case. So, okay. Now we'll see if that fits a little better along there. That's there. This guy goes up here. This isn't carbon fiber fill, but it is a good reminder. Any filled filament, if you're sanding on it, take precautions. Okay, now I'm going to quickly pull this out and put a little Loctite on it, a little liquid Loctite. Set this over here. Put this back on here. Now what I want to do is pull out on that and run this. Huh. That is as far that way as I can get it. And I would not consider that lined up. I would not consider that lined up. That is not okay. That is not okay. And that's as far over. I wonder if there's been any changes to this, but this is not going to be a usable part. I'm going to have to reprint this with that shifted over. Am I missing something? Because that's all. That's not. I don't know what I was looking at there. For some reason I thought that was the filament path earlier, but the same, oh, you know what? My bad. My bad. So I think, let's see. So my fault. I'm gonna say my fault. I was looking here because I saw a hole here. I thought that was the filament path. That's why I wanted to swap this. Maybe this actually goes the other way and will line up there. So I will retract everything I said before. The instructions might have been right. I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Instructions might have been right. Let's do a little wipe off of the... That would have been a pretty big mistake. So I'm glad to see that it was me. It appears to have been me. Go that way. Let's find out. That on just a little bit. I might have been wrong. Only maybe. Only maybe. It happens very rarely. Very, very rarely. Maybe. Might have been user error. Well, this is, so something that I do see that is, okay, I'll have to flip this around. Let's go that side. There we go. Now we can get to it. Okay, I'll admit, I think it was me. I think. I'm not gonna confirm yet. You know, considering that it's Thor and Tetsu that worked on this, I should have assumed that I was wrong. Because that can line up. Marcel, thanks for gifting memberships. I've not built one of these, so that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. I know, I shouldn't doubt Thor. I really shouldn't. Cool. I'm glad I don't have to reprint stuff. Let me see, there is something. Yeah, there's even a gap there. If you look at it second time, there is a gap there. When I saw that the first time, I felt like it was all the way up against the printed part. And that's kind of where I think my mind went. I may be wrong, but it's highly unlikely. Okay, so we did that. We pulled on that while we lined that up and tightened it. The filament, as it's going through, is going to tend to pull the assembly towards this bearing. Off for when I use a chunk of filament in alignment aid. No, you're fine. Wick Central would be fine. That is a good idea. I can see this and I can eyeball the alignment. I think it is. I mean, you're right. You're not off at all. Let me see where I would go. You got to be careful with a chunk of filament though. Another way to do it would be to sight down there. You can see the curve of that. I think it could move this way just a little bit more. So you can see the curve of it and whether it's lined up, but you want to make sure you're pulling on this. I would call that correct right there. I would call that correct. Now you're going to see, it's going to give you an illusion, and that's what caught me before. You're going to see, because this, the way this is printed, this has a little bit of an angle on it, but if you look further up to where the actual hole is, and then if you sight down here, you'll see that that's pretty even in there. So I'm going to call that good. Okay, so now we have there's a built-in support in here, a bearing, and a pin. It comes with the pin. There's a built-in support into here. Let's see. Little screwdriver or something, pull that out. Push, it popped, and the rest of this, I think, let's just go in here and cut. There we go. It'll cut that off, and then that'll come out. I want to get a good look in here. Make sure there's no bits. Little bit right there could come off. Okay, and then we get one of these guys. That sits in there nice. Oops. By bearing. I saw it hit the floor and then it went into the nether. That is it hit the floor and then immediately out of my sight. Oh, nope. It just didn't go as far as I expected it to. It didn't go as far as I expected it to. So that, and then there's some pins in here. Swapped out, must be time for coffee. Oh yeah, I grabbed, since I have all the different parts, we'll be using this other method for putting the ECAS in this one. Okay, so that go in that way, that, and then puke. Nice. So flush, everything's good. And then an M3 by 20. So let's just get all the fasteners in here. So that'll go there. This will go in here. Okay, then I think our last little bit is similar moment yesterday. I launched the spring during reassembly and thought for sure it was a goner. Thankfully found it after just a few minutes of crawling around on the floor. Well, I think I have the ultimate lost fastener story. I think I really do have the ultimate lost fastener story. Many of you have heard it. And then the ECAS. So let's put the ECAS on here. So that's there. And then big pliers. Look at that. We'll see if we can get it. Just a teaser? Well, if you've all heard it, then the one where I lost the screw on the carriage, and there we go. I lost the screw on the carriage, and I had a magnetic watch band, and I spent like literally 2 hours because I didn't have another one. I spent literally 2 hours cleaning the entire shop and sweeping, and later I found it stuck to the magnetic band on my watch. Hey, Neil. So, anyway, okay, so that's that. That one goes in there, that goes there, and then an extruder knob, which I did print. Where are those? Fanciest part of the whole thing. Let's see if it actually goes on there. It does not. Let me clean off any potential, because I could see there's a little bit of elephant's foot here. tight fit. Let's see if it'll, there we go. When does you, I think it's next week. That is actually really nice. And I like the logo on there, the little Planetary Gears logo. So that just adds a lot to that. I like it. I did not. Make sure that's all the way in there. This is old KVP graphite. Yeah, this is good. Awesome. So one is built. So now let's chew our way through hit number 2. Sticker. The extruder group well enough. I tend to like the. It does just fine. I am a big fan of the Galileo extruder. I am a big fan of it. At one point I had it on most printers. Most of my printers it was compatible with. As I move around and try different things, I don't have as many of them on printers right now, but okay. Derek, thanks for the super chat. I'm really excited to see how that works out, Derek. Bruce's index looking thing. The filament path can be a little finicky on the G2E. Yep, I agree. There. Speed run this. Grease. I am looking forward to both checking out Bondtech and Prusa at Formnext in just like 3 weeks. What is that? Is that really 3 weeks from now? I leave not the 3rd, not the 10th, I leave the 17th. So 3 weeks from tomorrow, I fly out to Formnext. Okay, that goes. Oops. Oh, come on. There we go. Go. A little bit more grease than I put in the other one. It's fine. Okay, bearings. I know when the index core one is coming then. Hopefully. I have no idea what they're actually announcing. There we go. There and bet you this will work pretty good for this. Yep, it did. Okay. Then cat hair. Cat hairs, no. No. BTT Nebula Extruder. I have not. I've seen it. I know what it is. I have not had an opportunity to check one out closely though. This is the, I'm just going to use my fingernail to pull the Loctite off of there. Since we want to put some, there we go, that on there. Avoid Prusa kits as long as they price that high. Well, to each their own, Kobe. I am extremely happy with my Core 1s. They are go-to printers. So it's definitely not for everybody, but I have no regrets having the two I have. Just barely in there. And this guy, very gently. That should just drop in like that. This guy, it's already cleaned up, goes like that. That. There and there. Bring this around to here. Oh, and I did it. I did it. I put it on backwards. Hey, DJ. I put it on backwards. Go. Old habits die hard. Be very interested in the next iteration of Prusa's Core 1. What I'm really curious to see is where the XL goes. So, I mean, I would imagine that something like the, a little bit of tool marks from squeezing on the, yeah, a little bit. Squeezing with the Knipex. Okay, now get this lined up. Pull on that. Squeeze and this over. Probably right about there. Just a hair more over. Yep, that'll do. Tighten that. XL2 with 10 index heads. So the problem with any of these, so everything sounds really cool to have 10, 20, 8, whatever. Where do you put the spools and how do you run the filament paths? Yeah, we're at nearly 100 new members. We are at just barely 50% like ratio. Managed to unclog the 3D Prusa nozzle. Awesome. Okay, that, and then the Geidler right here and here. Grab this. I think Tuxedo, I would like to see that too. I'm really liking the, and that, so that was pretty easy to release by just pushing that way And then I think I'll grab my knife here and split. Here, I'll do this against the table. Split that, and then those fall out. And then make sure that we have nothing in the way in here, and it looks pretty good. Okay, and then one of these bearings. That goes in there. Just use the other piece here. Come on. Okay. Let's go with the not asking. There we go. And there is another support that I had broke off the other one. That just breaks off of there. Insulated with ADC chamber. It's nearly to, I mean, I can hit 70 in there with a blanket, with the towel. I wonder how much they would consider that break or cutting into XT90 or whatever. What's their Prusa 90, their high temp printer. Integrated. I know. 20. HT90. Okay, that's what I thought. HT90 is just so far out of reach for any of us. Me, for sure. Will be interesting for sure. Only way I see is Prusa pay for an exclusive license or an index. It would be counter to their community open source ethos. I don't think they're... we'll see. I have no idea how their agreement, if that's even it. I mean, assume so just from the teasers, but CRK has started a Doom version of the Trident on his Discord GitHub. Zombie Hedgehog is starting to build it. I have Doom extrusions for a Trident now. I have them. Okay, let's clean this up. Give a little deburr there. And there we go. Internal lab works. Look the same. Bringing a lot of mods together. Okay, so we have wristwatch G2 extruders done. So let me get all this stuff. All these parts, and then I'll sort them later. Get it all out of the way. You'll end up with a lot of extra little bits and pieces here. Oh, don't forget the sticker. Okay, out of the way. Out of the way. And over to there. This is the little adapter. So with that, the thing is done. So let's go back to the A4T and docs. Is this where we want? Is there a docs link? Oh no, it's down here. It's in, okay, so we have assembly. So clean up a little more here. Is a Milo a nice to have tool? Is it easy enough to use and maintain? Milo I think is fine. I don't use Milo because it's not enclosed. I am far more, Milo is a good project, but I am far more apt to use my Cascade here. Oh. I cut aluminum with my Milo, very, very little, but I really have to pay attention, sit there with the vacuum, that kind of thing. So, and the enclosure for it is just way too big for my garage. Okay, LED harness. Are there, here, let's look at this for the full size. 3 wires trimmed to length at tool head. And then standard cowl, LED above fan cowl. So we need LED above fan. So we need about 84 millimeters there and about 36 millimeters here. Connor, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, let me get my LEDs and wire. Mercury 1 out of the way. LEDs, wire. Let's do it. I'm gonna make 2 of these. Get my Omni Fixo. And wire strippers. Okay. Was there anything else I needed to grab from the other garage? Because I need to go grab my wire strippers. You said that they could use index-based components in a proprietary design or license, much like they used E3 nozzles, then made their own extruder. We'll soon see. Yep. Okay, I will be right back. I need to grab, I used my wire strippers in the other garage, working on another printer. So let me put you in the capable hands of Dancing Max for a minute. Okay, back. Thought I read somewhere the Revo needed longer wires for the LEDs on the A4T. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. If one day we actually see Phoenix release, could you imagine what you could do with Index on a Phoenix? I will say, honestly, we are closer, honestly closer than ever on Phoenix. Have been huge strides in the last 2 months on some of the long-standing, you know, things that become frustrations, make it hard to get motivated to work on, especially in a scenario where you don't have a product, basically. Motivation, it's all just for fun. So I think Bill or anyone that's seen it, anybody that was at Vice can attest that it is in a far better state than it's ever been before. So one solid cube. Cascade is a open source CNC project from Boron, yes. Okay. Do you think Stealth Burner is still the right tool head for flow rate and cooling? I don't know. I'm running compact tubes on my Phoenix and Stealth Burners. It's working fine. Holtz. This does say here, LED above cowl, and I'm guessing that's where the biggest difference is on these. So LED above fan, above cowl fan cowl. The other thing I need to do is remove these little supports in here that I forgot. So let's see how those come out. Phoenix would have me move my white powders might go willingly. Hey Zart, thermal expansion in X. Yeah, so far I haven't seen any issues from that in the new iterations. One solid cube. Okay, let's see here. These are a little bit of a pain. I think I can just kind of break those out, hopefully. This is a bad time to be figuring out if I can adequately break those out. Because there's one way back in there. See, that thing way back in there. And those two seem to come out okay. We'll see how well the LEDs fit up in there. But see, those pop out of there, and there's still one. You see it way back in there. There we go. Came out okay. Hopefully we don't have, like I said, hopefully we don't have too much to clean up to get those to fit. That was fine. And then we need to pull, I've got this temporarily on the plate, so let's pull this off. Broke those several times. I can see it. It's definitely a tough thing. Oh, this was a test fit of a really clever little spot here. Let me pull this off. We'll cover that when we get to it. Go. What was that just flew? Oh, it was the square nut. Into my keyboard. There we are. Square nut up in here. Let's pull those out for now. There we go. There's that one. I don't need another CNC mill, but I want to build Cascade. There's that one. And that one. Awesome. Hopefully drama free. We'll know for sure once we try to actually put the LEDs in there. So let's get that going. Hey, lol. There's nothing going on and getting paid for it. Nice. Okay. So now we need to run LED from here to the two nozzle spots. I really like having nozzle illumination LEDs. The logo's just cool. So we are going to do, we'll match their colors in blue, red, and black. And this is the 28 gauge Remington PTFE wire that I bought because I got tired of the silicone jacketed stuff being too thick. So this is just an Amazon pack of RGBW LEDs. So it's just Amazon. So we'll just pop 3 of them off. We'll actually just grab all of them for the project, and then I can put these away. Trick-or-treating already? It is the weekend before. We had a major party right next to our house last night that was pretty annoying. Let's go a little up. Did you miss treat time? Well, I kept putting it off, and I think Oscar got fed up and left. So if he comes back, we'll do treat time. Is A4T better than Zoll? I would say that the Armchair Engineering folks might think so because this is newer, but I don't know. I haven't used A4T. It is kind of neat that basically this is the whole tool head. There's one little part for the fan, and then that's basically the entire tool head. Put an extruder on top. I've been using that for tool head wiring. Okay, so it said to do about 200 millimeters here. This is gonna go, what would 200 millimeters look like? Oh, that's quite long. That's quite long. It's gonna be something like about that. And if we went from here to around and up, it's gonna be quite a bit extra. That's okay. We'll estimate. Let's see how close they are. We'll go a little, not quite 200. We'll go a little over 150 and just call it right here for the first wire. Makes choosing what to print a lot easier. Yeah. So we'll need 3 of these. We'll do 1 and then kind of dry fit before we do the second one. Okay, so that's the top one. Then it says about 84 millimeters for when the LED is above the hot end fan. It's close. Hey, Daniel. Thanks, Peppers. My package of Pueblo Red was just in time. I finished off the last of the other bottle this morning. There, here. Okay, so that's theoretically the second leg. Then the last one is only about 36 millimeters. A big old sale right now. No code needed. 20% off pre-Halloween at pexpeppers.com. Only 36 millimeters. There we go. Little short guys. Thinking about expansion a few months ago, I thought of a bridge deck that's pinned at one end and other end its finger plates to a flex. The opening mid-print could shrink. Oh, there's lots of ideas we floated. We're in the most basic, simple, easiest one right now. Just putting some slots on the XY joint connection or the Y carriage connection. The big thing right now, and I've got parts to try, is a different filament path going back to partial chains. Okay, so that should be for one tool head. The ant head jig is very nice. I agree. This won't be too bad with this guy. Let's go here. I kind of like to put another one there, and that kind of helps stabilize this. So. Strip these. So I've found if you're really careful for PTFE wire, you know, PTFE wire can be a real pain to strip. I go one size down on these strippers. And as long as I'm not pressing really hard, I can feel when it cuts through the insulation, and then I pull, it comes off nice and easy and clean. So this is 28 gauge wire. I'm using the 30 gauge spot. And I'll do similar. For 24 gauge, I'll use the 26 gauge spot. There we go. So I didn't really need to trim the other side on this, but go here, here. Let's get super advanced. Go here. The right, yep. Ducky overboard. And then we're going to the, just jump there. Lady. So we're going to go to the inside here. And then we have 5 volts on the end. Go. And then data, center. Data. There we go. One side. Pretty darn good. Okay, so then we're going to go here, go out with the 84 millimeter wires. This might be easier because I haven't made my, might be easier with this. There we go. Yeah, something like that. Oh, we'll definitely do both sides on these. Who's Big Clive? I don't know that I feel like someone's mentioned them before. I'll have to look it up. Okay, now we'll try something like this. Let's see how bad of an idea this is. Hey, Jeff. What do you mean soldering without flux? This is rosin core solder. There's flux in there. Rosin core solder. A little bit. No clean core solder, 1.1% flux, 62362. That's lead, tin, silver. You won't be able to see the core, but it's there. Okay, what do we have here? We have ground first on this side. Data. Yeah, the core is super tiny. There we go. Yep. Okay, so now we go from here to the next. Have to cut the solder wire with a very sharp blade and look at the cross section. Yep. Yeah, what Joel says there, a key part of your solder joints is shiny. They should be shiny. Sometimes it's really hard to do that, especially if you're soldering to something that's gonna, like a ground, that's attached to a ground plane. It's gonna soak a lot of heat away. Okay, so here, I was hoping this view would be a good view. Oh, data. Get you out of the way. There we go. There we go. Yep. Cold joints are no bueno. There we go. Touch up that middle one a little bit. Okay. Nice shiny joints. And fillets. Your joints should look like a solder fillet all the way around. Like fully engulfing the spot. Dull solder joints occur when you overheat the solder joint. I don't know that that's 100% true. It would probably, I mean, it's often when there's too much, you're not enough heat. Okay, so then let's go back to this, because I need to tin the next wires. What do we got? We got a little under an hour until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament, like every stream. Link is in the pin post and the description. Okay, and for these, I'm going to throw these in. Since they're so short. There we go. Yeah, the most common occurrence of me getting a dull solder joint is when I'm soldering against something that's sinking the heat away too quick. Hey, Steve. Okay. Nope, I gotta tin the... necessarily equal. Well, shiny with a fillet is going to be a good joint. Oh. Shorter wires make this a little more difficult to get them in there. Wetting, or another term would probably be tinning, right? I mean the other direction. Oh, it is. You're right. You're right. I do see that on the... Yeah, I get it. We'll do that. Yep. We can redo that. Good point. So let's pull these off. You are absolutely right. It looks like they should go. Do the same thing. Put these here. Just touch these up. This will make it a little more interesting to solder the last sets, but let's put a little bend in the wire here so I can get this as nice and flat in here. There we go. Fall off, I know, but add a little more solder in there. Okay. This way. So the last one is like that, and goes, oh, that's interesting. Oh, it crosses over, that's why. Okay, so let's just bend those like, go like that. Much better. Yep. Hopefully that view was helpful. That is, according to them, that's the correct harness lengths. So let's find out. Let's go back here. Okay. Both parts, then put a drip of liquid flux and just meet the two. Burning the pads off here, R4. Yeah. I've never burned the pads off of one of these, but I'm pretty good about not keeping the iron on there for too long. Yeah, it looks like it'll work. I'm certain I've never done a good solder joint. Okay, let's go back. So this is just for those wire lengths. We'll come back to this later. But that is building the harness, and we will come back to this. We'll have to build a second one. Okay, there was a bunch of built-in supports. I think I removed, oh, here's some. So there's some supports in here for the fans. These usually just come off pretty easy. Not much for residue on those. Yeah, Mama, thank you for being a member. Go. And then there were some that supported this part of the thing. Those just came off basically on the build plate. Deanna. ARGB, these are RGBW LEDs. So they have the white, the dedicated white piece. Okay, oh, we get right into, so we have the attach the LED filter to the LED diffuser. There's one and that. These. This. Couple of fans. Hey, Troy. Come on. Go. And a diffuser. Okay. Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, lots of practice. Lots of practice. Okay, so we're going to put that on, install the LED diffuser assembly into the cowl. It should push into place and stay put. It goes up in there. And then put the status LED into the carrier. And then thread the two nozzle LEDs through the holder. Oh, okay, so through here. Although this will be a little different because of the position. So this is the lower LED position. Ours will be above the part cooling fan. Install the middle LED of the chain into its slot. The LEDs are tight to insert. Run a small flathead screwdriver along the edges. Put the last LED into its slot, and then the wires between the go up over the top of the status LED holder. Goes up and out. We got our 2510 hot end. Let's see. Got some vendor fans I bought for this. That's what we'll use. I do have the little Delta fans too. We'll use these. Okay, so going through all those instructions, we are going to take the diffuser and put the shield over it. Then that is going to go up inside of there. So that's got to go there. Kind of dropped into place. And then I'm going to take a larger screwdriver, I think. Try to push it down into place. This is similar to the Stealth Burner. Can be a little tricky to get down in there, but there it is. And it's not coming out. Good. The housings tend to be a bit larger than other brands. Okay, we will find out. Okay, then we have our LED stack here. This is a little different than I probably might have been wise to solder these the other way around. So this could go up into there. Or how do these go? Oh, I got a little piece of the little piece of the support there. What is the wire routing? That's there is a opening in the back there, so this could potentially go through here and up through the back. What I'm trying to figure out is what is the path, because these fans, however they go in, it's going to take up all the space in here. Is the path to get to these is my question. We have this guy that goes, so this is really neat. This has some tabs there and this comes in from here. At first I thought this pushed this way, but it doesn't. It just kind of drops in from the top here like that and then pushes up, and this little piece here, I didn't get that right, but that little piece holds it in place. See, snaps in place there. So I think that's going to go up, and I can go to the side here above this and then down through here to get to the LEDs there, I think. This just pulls out. This will pull out. So I think that's the way to go. So let's see if we can get these. That's going to go that way. So let's take this and let's just go on through here. I don't think I'm going to need them to be this long, so I'm going to cut these pieces that just so I'm not dealing with the frayed wires. Hey, Albie. Come on. I don't know if that's correct then. That's not quite enough space, and especially if they were bigger wires. I think what I'm going to do is resolder these coming the other way, so they'll just come out and sneak up the side. So Let's go ahead and do that. Right there. Hey, Spartacus. What is the pros of the orbital system? I know it increases torque. What do you get with more torque? Are you talking about like the orbiter, the toolhead? It's a planetary gearbox, which you're right, does increase the amount of force you can put on the filament. It also, a higher gear ratio means that you're theoretically pushing more consistently on the filament. Evens out any pulses that might impact from the steppers. Okay, this is here. We're going to pull these out. Hey, Steven. Go. Grab this a little further back. There we go. A little better angle on it. No, I'm not getting. Ah, you having a hard time. And get sorted here. Maybe it's the angle. Start over. There we go. That one's good. You use both hands to do something useful. What is it? Not being able to do something useful with either hand. If you're ambidextrous or, I don't know, that's a good question. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, these are all good. There. So I think that's going to be the way to go on this piece. It's a piece here where this should go in here, right? Ambidextrous. Take these, go off to this side. So we're gonna pull that right there, right there. Take it in between the, and that'll all be nice and flat. It's all the way in there. That is a good little piece, I think. Yep. Now, that's not the one I was working on. This is the one. So this should go up in there just fine. Push this all the way in. These guys, we're going to take over here to this side. You would think that I would plug it in to test before doing anything. You would be smart, but I don't really have a good way of doing that test right now. Have you guys seen the new little Halloween or desk light from Voron? It's got a little ESP32 as part of it. I'm going to use one of those with a connector to be able to test these things, but I don't have it set up right now. So that means that I'm not going to test these before. I'm going to trust that it's going to work. And then, like on the Micron, I'm going to go in and fix the broken wire. It wasn't the solder joint that broke, it was the wire. And deal with it after the fact, basically. Okay, that will go right. Ambidextrous. If you only do it once, did you really build the tool head? I agree. I agree. So now this one is going to come this side. Just like that. That'll hopefully give enough room for this guy to go in, which I'm assuming is going to be like that. Since the wires can just go up that way. Hopefully just up through here. And this is going to come up and over and go up into here. This is the part that I was a little worried about. Whether things would work or not. Well, that's yoink. Oh, I got it backwards. That's not good. It's a little backwards. Why didn't anybody tell me how to backwards? See, a bearded bucket told me I had it backwards. Spin this out, and this has to go up into that little spot right there. Oh. Be careful not to tear up those wires. It's got to go at a different angle than this. This needs to go up. It needs to go. go up into there. There we go. That's in. Okay, so now I'm gonna preemptively pull on some of this. Kind of make sure all the, there we go. See that bit that I'm getting out of there? I think that might be some of the support. Oops, you couldn't really see that. This is what it said, run a screwdriver through the slots. Okay, so now this one, I think this is going to, the wires are going to come up around here like that. Do you use MMU to print that tool head, or do you pause in the print and swap the material? I used my box turtle. Okay, let's see. I have some tweezers around here. Put that there. And then this has to turn. Like that. Hi, Felix. Felix is in the house. That's looking good. No. Now we have a problem. I have a problem. All that broke the wire. So let's pull this out. And fix it. Have you considered T250 for a project? What's T250? This is the same thing that happened on Anthead, and it was the power wire that broke. Good night, Kobe. What did Tuxedo say? Are super easy to break. Oh yeah. Yep. Super easy to break. That is so true. That's gonna go like that. So hopefully those are okay. So let's see if I can get away with reusing this wire. That Matt the 3D printing nerd made. I'm not sure. If you're in my Discord, post a link to it. What wire? It's Remington 28 gauge PTFE. I'll get the old wire out of there. That, and let's see if we can get this at least controlled a little bit. tweezers here. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be long enough, but we are going to try it. Wow. Okay, I see what's going on. Because that just broke again. That just broke again. But if you can see in there, the little remnants of the support, I'm going to have to replace that wire. It's going to be too short now. But the remnants of the support right here, I'm going to, that little bit down there, I'm going to try to cut that out. There it is. That thing right there was hitting. Yep, I'm gonna have to extend that wire, which sucks because that means I have to pull this out on this side. This is fiddly. This is fiddly, but I don't know how it could not be fiddly. So you can gently do this to get these out. So what is it about the red wires that are breaking? Why is it the red wires that break? Because that red wire there broke. What is it about the red wires? Shuffle, thanks for being a member. I said cut the blue wire. There's nothing different about the way I'm soldering and handling the parts. This one, I'm pretty sure I have enough extra wire length. I'm going to be able to reuse this. Maybe it just happens to, but it was the one that broke on the same wire. It was the one that broke on the ant head as well. Habit, I keep turning off the iron. It's all in the same packet. This is all one pack of wire from, it's a set. I need a new red wire. What was it, 36 millimeters? I'm gonna make it a little longer. Let's just make it 40. The silicone insulated wires, the trade-off there is the wire is just, I mean, the insulation is just so thick. I don't think, I'm not sure that's going to help, the CA glue or hot glue, because you're just moving you can't get to where it would be a strain relief on some of these. Okay. That's moving off to the side a little bit. Old stuff off of there. I did make a test stand, but not for, it's not set up to do this stuff. LEDs. Okay, so that one's a little longer, and we'll see if that makes a difference in over here. We have that same bit of the support that's left over. So, oh no, it popped off at some point. Is it down in there? Never mind, it popped off. Okay, so they are both fully. So that first side I did miss. Apparently I missed a support. So let's see if we can get this down in here with a minimal amount of how to hold this is always fun. Settled in there. So this comes up. Like that. This one comes around. What do we got? 13 minutes till filament time. Go. Very gently. There and there. Okay. Those are in there. That's gonna go there. Put our fan here. Maybe. And it's not in there all the way. It's not sitting on the, oh, let's see what's going on. This is fiddly. This is really fiddly. And hopefully I didn't just break more wires, but I pinched the LED wires here. need to come around here. Okay, but that wasn't ideal. Laura Girl, thanks for being a member for 21 months. This needs to make sure that these are out of the way. There we are. Oh, goes there. That's in. Okay. Oops, sorry. Now it's in. Wires are out of the way. You see where I pinched it a little bit there. I think it'll be okay. All these wires come up through here. This guy would hopefully go in. This should all out of the way. There we go. Okay, then. Oh, Laura, there you are. All these got pulled a little bit. Okay, I think that's okay. What tool head is this? This is the A4T. My first time assembling it. So, our lessons being learned. Okay. Oh. Whew. I figured I would have a full stream of just working on toolhead stuff. That's what it's shaping up to be. Oh. Stretch. Okay. So that's this. There, we were putting the tool, the hot end fan in what looks like about the right spot. That looks fine. And that's only the first one. Well, at this point, I'll build the second one in between streams. That's fine. Okay, so we have a... Don't push on the hub of the fan. Bad things happen. Lock in place by sliding the hot end fan duct up until the flexure locks. That little flexure is clever. I like it. You're skipping LEDs. That was interesting, but I'm going to be glad to have them. So I will do that on the next one as well. I will go 40 millimeters on that last run though, instead of 36. That'll give me that little bit of extra. Tidy up the LED harness and little hooks. Oh, there's little hooks. No, not on this one. Not on this one, but I don't think we need it. I think it's fine, just kind of hanging there, hanging out there. The left blower fan will lock them in place. Yeah, these little hooks don't exist on this tool head. Here. So That's the nozzle LEDs on my stealth burners. I wouldn't skip them. I like the nozzle LEDs. Okay, so there is a backflow inhibitor for these GDS time fans that it's advised to put in. So let's do that. So where's the GDS time fan? So take the front cover off the 4010 blower fans, and I think this little view makes sense. So we have our 4010 blower fans here. GDS time, 24 volt, dual ball bearing. These covers should just pry off fairly easy, because I think we're going to want to put them back on. This in here. Yep, there we go. Work our way around. Just real gentle. There we go. Comes off. Zener diode, what? Maybe I'm going dragon burner for my V0. There's simply no way sequence will ever get made by me, and toolhead LEDs are a must. Okay, so that's off. Use some super glue or acetone to glue the backflow inhibitor in place. Use the spacer to line it up properly. Okay. So there's a couple of pieces here. There's a spacer. And this is... Oh, backflow is in current, yeah. We're talking about air. We're talking about air. So there's a little spacer here. Apparently this goes up in here. Oh, this goes here. Goes there, and then there's a piece here. So that goes there and that goes there. So that needs to get glued into place. So I think we will glue. And what is this down here? Okay, those aren't any significant. So this, I think, is keeping the air from circulating back here. It forces everything to go out. This goes here like this. See, it sets up that flow. You can kind of visualize it now with it in place. But this spacer is to make sure you don't accidentally glue that and have it interfere with the fan. So I think we'll do just super glue. We have 2 more minutes till, let's see if this is, poke it. That works on honey badger fans. They're a lot larger. I think it's really recommended to use these GDS time fans for whatever. So for this one, I am going to get some, can I get enough glue? Yep, I can get enough glue off of here. Just set that right there. This goes here. This goes in there. So kind of hold that there. Zero brain. feel like I should have put some, yeah, that is not sticking. That is not sticking at all. It's very little surface area that it's actually touching. Okay, we're gonna have to do this after the giveaway. Let me wipe any glue off of here. And we will try this again. But that is not sticking to the thing at all. It's pretty easy to line that up with where it's supposed to go. So I may forego this piece because I can line that up. It might be a little easier to get sorted. I did not, and it's not touching much, but I also feel like I need to do some elephant's foot deburring on this piece. So I will try this again here in a second. Let's see it kind of, yeah. So that's ABS, and the fan, I think, is a nylon of some sort. Okay, filament giveaway time. Filament giveaway time. We need thick CA. This isn't thin. This off before it dries too much. Link is in the pin post and the description. I don't want to wait for something like RTV to dry is the thing. I'm gonna have to be a little more, yeah. Oh, well, and I'm gonna use the activator. So I'm gonna put super glue on the part or on the fan, douse the part with activator, and then do it. So, okay. Giveaway. Filament giveaway time. Links in the pin post and the description. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. Is it in yet? So here, let's get rid of last week's stuff. Delete. Let me pull up the form. This is a relatively thick, and it's got a flex agent in it. I did glue the bottom and side. Did glue the bottom and side. So we will try this here again. Let's see. We have published. Nope, I don't want that. I want there. There. Now we're ready. 3, 2, 3, 2. One of these days, I will go 3, 2, 1, done. I promise you, one day I will do this. Don't tempt me. This is your warning. Your body thinks it's 10. Yeah. 3. We got a new couple. 2. But today is not that day. Maybe not today. No, it can't be that day. I've restarted. But maybe I'll just stop it right now. We got a nice even number. 3, 2, 1. Done. Yep, all done. Not on the day the red wires fight you, though. What's the cat RPM? Looks about, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds for a quarter turn. Create. Why is there only 176 likes? 181 now. Can we get over 200 before we spin? Before we spin. Oh, did you miss out? Good. Good. Oh yeah, I was exporting. Wick Central, you got in first. And who got that 220th entry? Shrewd Warrior. Yeah, and you missed out. You missed out. Copy. Paste. Okay, we have 220 entries. We're going to do a number between 1 and 22. 1 and 22. Oh, what was that? I think it was the water. Huh. Pipes made a weird noise. 1 and 22. I'm feeling feisty today. Let's see. MTB Matt, you said 21. 21 is one of my favorite numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and spin. Who's got it? Who's got it? Vic Abiad. Vic Abiad. Congratulations. Are you here though? You have 2 minutes to say something. 2 minutes. Vic Abiad. Abiad. Abiad? Abiad? I don't know how to say that. There you are. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Congrats. Copy there. Paste that there. Search for it there. Make sure they're the only one. I do have this ready this time. So let's put that there and get the email address. That right there. Everything's good. Everything's good. Awesome. Congrats, Vic. You have an email on the way with a coupon for Polymaker Filament. Let's unpin the post. And where did the... Boy, too many windows open. We did hit 200 likes. Awesome. Delete this from the description. Save. Okay. Congratulations, Vic. You are set. So let's go here because it'll be a little easier for me to deal with. We need to glue this thing on, but first I notice that I kind of feel like I need to deburr the edges of this. So just scrape the edges. So it sits in there a little better. Oop, there's the timer. Okay, so that is all deburred. This is going to set right there, and I've got a pretty good eye on where that sets without it interfering, because it just keep that nice round, that path along the outer part of the fan. So there's that. Then let's get another paper towel and do a little cleaning of the finger grease off of these. IPA is over here. Let's just shift a little bit. Maybe a Q-tip. That'd be easier. Are you using your Noga deburring tool, Bill? Okay, so this guy, I'm just gonna little IPA to clean off any fingerprints, and then a little Q-tip to get any bits in here. Now this time, I think I shall do. Thank you, Repo Man. Does say that. I thought you meant turnkey. Oh. Okay, how do I want to do this? I need some accelerator. I feel like we will put a little bit of glue on this. Ooh. Little glue there. Little glue there, making sure we're not close to the fan tips. And then I'm gonna spray this guy. That has accelerator on it, and it goes right there. Cool. Spray that again. There we go. That's better. No interference. It's in there like that. I think that'll do it. Then this was just an assembly aid. So I'll cut that off. There we go. And then the top should be able to go back on. And that's what we're left with. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Did I do this? Did I do this? No. That's interesting. These are new fans. Oops. I often put a, oh, come on, a drop of CA glue or something there as a strain relief. It's looking like these are coming this way now. Here, these are completely oh yeah, they did it. Unopened bag. They're doing that. That's awesome. That was an unopened bag. So you've seen me do that before just to keep the wires from bending. Okay, so that's that one. Now let's do this one. I don't know if I need to actually pry the thing on this. This is, yeah, it'll be easier. There we go. Okay, comes out of there. Get another one of these. I'm gonna get my grubby fingerprints all over it while I scrape it. Okay. It's that. We're actually touched the fan, but make sure that this is clean. See, Death Cube? Get a little bit of drop of glue there, drop of glue there. This is going to go in like that, so I'll focus my spray here, there. Nice and even. I'll give it another spray just to make sure things hold in place. Perfect. Don't even need the little. No, I don't think acetone would actually work. I'm not sure why they recommend using acetone to glue this in place. Because this isn't ABS. I don't think acetone would work, but I could be mistaken. Okay. Backflow inhibitors installed. Now, if you're ever printing and you hear maybe one of those came loose. Oh, I still have coffee. All the inserts. Okay, here, might as well get a heads up on next stream and delete that. Let's go back over here. Okay, so that's in there. It sounds like a quieter version of my dishwasher. Dishwasher pump, something's rattling around inside of it. Maybe the backflow inhibitor broke off. Okay, put the front cover back on the fan, remove the little handle and sand file the backflow inhibitor. Apparently insert, instead of insert, it's backflow inhibitor. Time to put the blower fan, slide them in. Fan should go in with slight friction fit. I didn't get that. We're gonna replace it, Bob. Something inside the pump is broken and we've never liked that dishwasher anyway. I did open it up and I got through, I was able to pull the pump off and notice that the outside spins fine, but as soon as it's actually powered, it's making some sort of rattly noise in there. So, fan should go in with slight friction fit, and then we can attach the hot end. Okay, so we grab this guy. Something's broken inside of it, yep. Grab one of these. This is gonna go in. A little more than slight friction fit, but that still spins okay. I think it's okay. I don't know if those were caused by what I just did. Is it pulling it apart this way? I'll give it a little touch with the heat gun and all done. All better. All better. It did pull. You can see where it thinned out a little bit there. So that was a little tight. It didn't crack. There's no crack there, but there was some stress there that I just relieved. So we'll let it ride. This will go up, I'm guessing like that. That'll be fine. This one, I'm going to preemptively do a little bit of filing on the side here, just to give a little bit better chance of it being a little less tight of a fit. 3DP Scott, welcome. I mean, it spins. It moves just fine. Let's get this out of the way. Just doing a little. Just a little bit. We'll see how that does. So now all of these should, I don't know if these should go up that way. Is that how they should go? Yeah, I bet you that's right. Is that what they said here? I hope that's right. I don't think there's really room for it to go behind the fan. So we'll send that way. Or maybe it'll go up on this side, but on this side of the fan. So for right now, I think we can put that there. And then this is gonna go. No. Haha. Gotta go something like that, right? So similar thing, come through here. Yeah, that's a little better. Now is there, aha. So you see that cutout there? We need to make sure that this fan wire goes down through there. So maybe we can pre-stage it there and pull on that wire at the right times. So this is gonna go, I think, just down through there. So something like that. And this is going in a little better than the other side did. I think that's gonna go something like that. All these will come up around here when this is done. I'm just putting over here to get them out of the way. Yeah, there we go. Then all these come around here. This comes around here, and they'll all get zip tied there. That's not bad. John, thanks for being a member. Learning from your streams makes me a better maker. I'm glad to hear that. So that is not bad. Not bad. LED wiring was a little touch and go there. We don't have anything to put those anywhere, but I think that's just kind of dead space right there. Nothing's gonna hurt that just sitting there. So now we have to put in, so that we'll call this toolhead 1. No, you know what? I take that back. We should put the PZ is gonna fit just fine. So we'll go ahead and put the PZ on here. Okay. Well, that kind of dictates which side that's going to go off, so that's good. I'll go off the side that's a little less. I'll kind of bump in there. Will that actually? Oh, that's going to be a tight fit. So I think someone said that these fans tend to be a little thicker. I think there is a little bit of evidence of that here. The filament path might be, I mean, it's very close, but I think it'll work. I think everything's okay, but I think that tiny bit, if I can push this in, I think that tiny bit of difference here might be having an impact. A little different piece here would be the fix for that. And that would be an easy swap still. So the question is that forcing everything to be at an angle here? It's kind of hard to tell. PZ probe would work great on a Dragon. I think so. Anywhere where a Ruvo Voron will work. Let's put a couple of fasteners in here. Yeah, so what I would do is just kind of offset this surface here just a little bit. In fact, why don't we, let's get something so we can have a grip on this. That's a little tight. Jeez. Yeah, that is really tight. Let's do that. I feel like that needs to be offset a little bit. Offset that all, and then that would take care of it. The fan is nice and tight in there. Spins fine, but we're forcing this off to the side, and especially with the PZ there, it's probably not the greatest. Yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing with the other one. It's no different. So don't really want to put all that together and tighten it down in that offset state. I think it's because of the fan. You could sink the part that holds the fan in place 0.4 millimeters into the build plate as a fix. So you're saying take this and set it down and sand off a little bit of the bottom. Let's try it. Let's try it. That'll keep us moving today. That'll keep us moving today. So let me pull this thing out of here. Was that in the manual somewhere, Royco? Okay, so let's pull this out of the way. There we go. And that. Got a little bit of, hopefully if we sand that down, it'll still lock into place. So, let me go get a piece of sandpaper. Let's take a measurement. So we have a starting point, 18.15-ish millimeters. And let me get some sandpaper. Oh, what do we want to do? This will work. It's previously used sandpaper, but it's stated in the BOM. Okay. See how much that took off. So we took off almost 0.2, almost 0.2, a little more. It's not a lot of effort so far. See where we're at. Oh, 0.15 to 0.75. So it's 0.4. 0.4 right there. Okay. Let me brush this off into the trash. I want to see, since I have them right over here, here is a Delta fan. Here's a Delta fan. We have a thickness of, let's say 10.2. And another vendor fan. Thickness of 10.5. So I'm 0.1 millimeters more than I really needed to, if that's correct, if everything else is correct for that. So let's put this on and see how it does. And we'll aim for, here, let me deburr some of this. Okay. Wayne, thanks for being a member. Let's see here. Let's be careful putting this back in. Don't want to pinch any wires. That went in a little easier. Let's do this one as the test. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Way better. Way better. Good call. Good call. So that means I feel comfortable just putting this one in now. And now there is a little bit of, it's not like pressed in there. I couldn't do this before. So, way better. Here we go. Here we are. One more. Okay. There, there, and there. That is in there. I feel good about that. This is just going to come over there. Come up just like that. Let's see what we have for the instructions. Okay, so we did that. Now we attach the hot end and we have some square nuts to put in. So we have a bunch of square nuts. So square nuts go in there and square nuts go in there. Okay, so we had the square nuts here. That's where these were before. Where's the other square nut? There it is. So square nuts were in there. And then, oh, more square nuts. I like the use of square nuts here. They go up in here. Yep, right to there. Sweet. There we go. And then, okay, so while we have this right here, let's take one of our plates here. Make sure we don't pinch our Revo wire. This should go. Yep, that should go right there. So let's just put this here. I don't know what. Well, that's really annoying and weird. That cracked. Why did that crack? So, I know why. And I'll be curious when I build the other one. I'm going to keep going, but I think I know why that cracked right there. And if you see, there is a color change across the whole part. That doesn't exist on this one because this was all printed without running out of filament. This one ran out of filament and I had to swap. So I think there was a created weak point there. There's, yeah. So I will reprint this. I have a fresh roll of the filament, but we're going to keep going here. I'm going to put these on here. Why is that not reaching that? Let's loosen these. All of this should. This all lined up before. I had these bolted together. Yeah, there we go. Why isn't that reaching? Why isn't that screwing in? What's, aha. That's shifted, but did it shift in? What's going on? Why isn't that reaching? What is keeping it from hitting? It's right there. Why isn't it screwing into the heat set? There we go. It's just really, really tight to there. Okay. Is that the side that's stretched because of the fan? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, good thing. I'm going to reprint this. I will, probably reduce my extrusion multiplier a little bit on the next go, because you can kind of see a little bit and call it, see how that does. Yeah, I think a lot of that could be explained by that. Okay, now this guy going on here. We need to figure out how long PTFE tube we need. So let's see if we can figure it out. It's probably documented somewhere. So we need, oh, there we go. 24.75, is that right? Let's double check that with a little piece of tube. I don't know what the shrinkage was. Let's double check that. So that's that long. And that looks like, yeah, 20, let's say 25 millimeters to there. This is, let's say 8.4 millimeters. And then this stuck in that far. This is fairly short here. It looks like 10, that's probably 10 millimeters. Let's double check. So let's say 9 plus 8, 17 plus 25. How does that match up with what they say? So 32, 42 millimeters, 42 millimeters. It's perfect. 42 millimeters. Let's see if we can confirm that. Is there any chart? I didn't see any documentation on that. Don't forget the PTFE tube. All that, all this. Yeah, stuff doesn't matter. Was there a bomb? Hot end screws, extruder. Yeah, we'll figure about 42 millimeters. I'll confirm that. Let's just leave that off, and I think it's 42, but I'll confirm. So this is going on here, and then one of our tool heads would go right on top of that. And what size screw does it say we need for that? Okay, it doesn't actually say. So looks like if I just hold this here, we're going to be a 12 to there. So it looks like 16s. Looks like 16s. The tool head is not printed in PPE or any of the high temp. It is not. Okay. Let's go here. So this is going to go on here. This is going to go on here. And a long 2.5 millimeter driver is now in stock instead of 7 left. Nice. Yep. 16 looks to be about right. And the PTFE wood, that is 20 millimeters on this side. Because it's because of that screw there, there's a longer thing here. So 16 on that side, probably 20 on this side. Yep. There's our tool head. That doesn't look too bad. That does not look too bad. All this is going to go up to a tool head board and a... Looks like I have plenty of room to make something like right here for the PZ board. Looks heavy? I don't know. I have a scale handy out here. Don't know. Go. I wonder if it would be better to just put a flat spot for a heat set from this side on here. Then you're pulling this whole thing in compression instead of this small area. I might make a tweak to Talcoid parts for a heat set for that. That'll, especially with the zip tie holes there and stuff. Might make a tweak and reprint. Use that one. What do you think? I can make a flat spot on this side and put the heat set in, and I think it would work okay. But yeah, that looks really good. let's go. Let's put this stuff off to the side. I'm gonna set this thing, set the printer up here. I'll bring the printer back up here. There we go. This guy. All the wires out of the way. Go right there. Yeah, if you pull on this, it will. But all of the... It doesn't move at all there. Yep. A lot of leverage here. You can get this to move around. No problem. But try to do this, and it doesn't shift. Yeah, none of my steppers are plugged in. That's pretty darn cool. And this is going to come up here and come over here to the docks. Dock piece. Dock piece. Let's play around with the other side because I have the extrusion slot stuff over here that I have to deal with. So the dock comes on here and bolts on like this. This will come in and go right there. Right like that. One thing I may end up doing is these Vitali front idlers have some nice mounting holes on them. That would work pretty well for creating an even slimmer dock over here. But we shall see. Okay. What time is it? We are at the 4-hour mark. Let's spend a couple of minutes to end this playing in CAD. Does that work for folks? Play in CAD for a few minutes. I want to tweak the part. I want to see what it looks like to tweak that front end. Since I have to reprint it anyway, we start up Fusion. We might get some stuttering here. Yeah, that tool head looks really good. I like the colors. I like all about that. Oh, I need to do two things in CAD. I need to edit the Y end stop. What is that printed paint can in the background? Oh, this is the drippy pail. This is a drippy pail on printables. And this is the Witch's Blue, I think, or something from Cookie CAD. And then a carbon fiber PLA. Empty this thing. It's one of my most used prints, really, because it's a nice little trash can for here. Oh, come on, continue. I'm glad I printed this piece in silver. Oh, there's the stutter from Fusion starting. I'm glad I printed that piece in silver. It helps break it up. Oh, okay, I need better access to my keyboard. This is all a mess. Ugh. And I want to check, here, let's go here. Let's go to, here use this window. Printables. So, and Vital EE. You still hear Killer Prince? It's LII. Just saying. It's LII, not LLI. Did you catch us giving you a little bit of a hard time today? Printable parts for the CNC front idlers. Why end stop for CNC? I was seeing if he had a part that would give me the spacing on the, or what is the spacing? I might have to just measure it. You missed it. Oscar hasn't gotten his treats today. Oscar, you want treats? I was hoping there was something out here that would tell me the spacing on those holes, but I guess I can just measure it. So if we go to the TriMax, and did I makes noise with the bag? Oh, that's a good call. Oscar. Let's see if he comes running. Okay, I'll have to open that. This is the, where is it? I think a bigger crime may have been calling it. Oh, I know. I was biting my tongue, holding my fingers back. Where is the, here we are. A4T Revo. Okay, so this is the file that Toxoid created, modified. Oscar. Oh. No, we got a Felix. We got a Felix. You want a treat? Well, now we get to get drool all over the... You want one? You want one? You know what? Do I have? Yeah. Here, you'll like this better. Let's get you more excited about being out here. Oh, chink. Oh, you smell that. That more your speed. Oh yeah. He's not super excited about these bunkers treats. Oh yeah, this is way more interesting. Oscar is missing out. He is shiny. Did I? Oh, good. Want some more? Just give you the whole thing since Oscar's not coming out here. We'll get you feeling like you want to have a good time out here, huh? Get more excited about coming out here and visiting? He's going at it. Now don't go throwing up because it's too rich. Good job. Is that yummy? Let's see, can we squeeze out any more? Oh yeah, there you go. It's the last of it. I don't think I can get any more out of there if I tried. You're a little bit there. Are you a biter? Nope, you're not a biter. Good. Happy kitty. Okay. Oscar's missing out. He's probably sleeping somewhere. So the difference between Tridex and TriMax is TriMax is a two-tool tool changer. So single carriage, two tools. One will go here, one will go here. Tridex was two carriages, one with each tool. So they had to swap spots, adds weight to the gantry. Toolhead adds complication, or tool changer adds complication with having to dock the tools when you're not using them. So there's no chance of dropping a tool on a IDEX. There is a chance of dropping a tool on a tool changer. Does that make sense? Sense HTW? Okay. I found this while Felix was nomming. So let's do this one first because it'll be easier. I am not. I will be using Revo 1. Okay, so if we go here and I just get down here with my, let's take this off and take the belt tension off, and I think I have where is it? Take this screw out here. I said PZ probe, right? I meant PZ. Revo PZ. I'll be using a Revo PZ. Let's see if I can get a sight on. I'm guessing it's going to be some even number here. Looks like it's 16 millimeters. Looks like it's 16 millimeters. Let's see if I can get any kind of. So that's 20, 21 minus 5, 16. There we go. So I took the outer, so it's easy to measure to the outside of these holes, just between just putting my calipers on. So measure to the outside, and it was 21.34 is what it came up. And then measure one hole and subtract it. And that was 5.3 whatever. So 16 millimeters is it. 16 millimeters. So let's see where we were with this. So this is the one I modified. So just super simple, move things around. Let's hide that. And the distance between here and here is 14.5. So I'm a millimeter and a half off. Now my concern is you need a front bar for more than 2 tool heads. Yep. Let's go here to inspect and do a section analysis. And let's see how much space we have. See, We don't have a lot of space here. As it is, I bent this pin down to get it to fit. But we have between here and the back of here, 1.6 millimeters. So I need 1.5. I have 1.6. I think what I will do is move this, you posted your Mad Maxim screenshot? Awesome, I'll check it out after. I'll move this to 1.5 millimeters, but I'll also move the switch out 0.5 millimeter. And then I'll probably get rid of the lever on it and just actuate it against the pin itself, just to maximize my travel. So let's get rid of that. And we're just gonna do very simple. Let's get this all this out of the way, and we will do a simple just select. Oops, not that. Select some surfaces. There we go. That should be all the surfaces that have to do with that, and we'll just move them. And if Fusion will let us do it. And I want to go minus 1.5. What is the error? What is the error? See, what's happening is I'm probably getting in the way of here. So let's cancel this and let's move this first. And I think I'm gonna have to just sit here and select all these surfaces. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. If anybody knows, let me know. But I feel like moving this stuff. That one. Oop, not that. Not that. That one. Somehow I missed that. Okay, so I should be able to now move this direction. 0.5. Yep. Go. You don't need the center pin. Yep, I'm gonna cut it off. I'll end up having to cut it off. Oh, I forgot these. I gotta move these to 0.5 as well. Those have nothing special to them. Let's move those. 0.5. So that, line those back up. Now let's try moving this one again. All, yeah. Move. -1. Nope, it doesn't want to do that. It doesn't want to do that. So let's simplify it. Let's get rid of these chamfers. That seems like the quickest way to simplify that. So now we're just going to grab this and this and this. And move this 1. Yep. 0.5. There we go. Then we can put those chamfers back. I think I did like a 0.6 or something chamfer on those. 0.6, maybe it was 0.8. Must have missed this. Nope, not that. That and that should have 0.4 chamfers on them. And that should be all we have to do to change that. So now we have a center to center distance of 16 millimeters, which should match the carriage here. So my eyeballing apparently wasn't within 1.5 millimeters. So, okay, so that I will print. So let's just save that. And now we're gonna come back here. So the thing that I wanted to fix here is just these holes. Now I'm not sure why these are chamfered this way. I don't know why there's a big chamfer here on these. I really don't. Yeah, that's interesting. So this prints like this. I did notice that that was there, but I didn't understand why. I don't know if Telxoid is around or if I'll shoot a message to him later and find out. But for now, we are going to just delete those features. And one of the nice things I found with Fusion, if you don't want to use the simplify function, and I think simplify isn't going to work here. Hey Phil, if I delete something that's easy to delete, I can now go in and edit this function now, and now I can go around and easily select these other features that I want to get rid of. So I want to just get rid of this whole hole here. Something like that. Maybe that guy there. And then if we say okay, now we're left with just a hole. See that? So it's okay that it doesn't go through anymore. We'll fix that. But if I come back and do the same thing and get rid of this one, would have been earlier when the 2-year-old slept through for the first time in 3 weeks. Nice. Just go around and pick the things we need to delete. What is, it's okay. That, and that, and that, and say okay. If I screwed something up, if I missed something, yep. So see that? I screwed something up. So let's go back here and figure out what I selected on accident. I accidentally selected that surface. Let's say, okay, there we go. Okay, so now I'm left with 2 clean holes there. I think I'm gonna start all this with a sketch on this plane. And we're gonna create a 4.6 millimeter circle for the heat set. And I also want to create like a 6 millimeter, or maybe even 7 millimeter circle. And I'll show you why here in a second. For the heat set itself, let's extrude this. We're just experimenting. I want, for the heat set, I want to go, we're gonna, here, let's move this over here. So we're gonna, instead of starting from the profile plane, which is where you've selected now, we're gonna say we're gonna offset this. We're gonna offset this -3 millimeters, which seems reasonable. And then we're gonna go a distance all this way. Distance all. To do that, I need to select the center as well. So what that'll do is give us a bore now that we could put a heat set in. Putting a heat set into this at an angle isn't ideal. Putting a heat set into this isn't ideal. So I'm gonna take that other sketch, this, and we're gonna offset this 8 millimeters because we have a 5 millimeter inset and we offset the last one. So -8, and then we'll go out a bit. We're just creating a spot. We'll be able to get past that, and maybe we'll take this to whatever that would be right there. Just take it right there. That's fine. We'll say okay. If I would have done 6 millimeters, it probably wouldn't hit there. Maybe we can, but we're basically giving a flat surface to push a heat set into. So maybe we'll go back here and edit the sketch. And what is, here, let's go info here to here is 2.66 millimeters. 2.666 millimeters for some reason. Because we can't change that, let's change this to 2.666 times 2. There we go. Now we've got still a spot where the heat set will slide in here and give us a good thing. And then we have a distance between here and here of, looks like 0.366 millimeters. We're going to chamfer this side 0.3666 6 millimeters. And that just means that we don't have to do some cross bridge thing there for it to print properly. It's a 45-degree angle there. And this is all fine for what we're doing here. So that is saying that we're gonna have a heat set here with 3 millimeters of extra material here, and then the screw will go into it. Does that all sound reasonable and good? Is there anything someone would do different? Or does this look like a good thing to try to maybe strengthen up this part a little bit? So now I've done all of that, and theoretically I should be able to, let's assume, let's do a check here. Here to here, no, info, that guy to there is 13.7 millimeters. This here to here is 13.7 millimeters. So if we create a mid plane between here and here, say okay, so we've created a plane, a reference plane we can use. Now I should be able to go here and mirror, and we're gonna mirror features. I should be able to take these 3 things I just did and mirror them across there. All that stuff I just did. Now we've got everything I just did mirrored across there. All done. See you, Andres. Is there anything else we wanted to tweak on this? I know the fan thing, that's going to change depending on the fan. So I think sanding worked really well. I'm just going to sand the other one. See you, Joel. see how this turns out. Let's do a quick measurement here. I'm curious how they came up with these. So that's 40 millimeters exactly. Now I'm told that the armchair folks like to model to exact measurements and then tweak your print settings or scaling as needed. I'm gonna tweak that a little bit. I think I'm gonna offset these two faces by just the tiniest bit. I think so. I think I want to offset those just the tiniest bit to make the fans fit better without scaling. Everything else on here has fit fine without any scaling. The fans are just a little tight. So if I give myself 40.1, just offset that 0.05. I think that's reasonable. Let's see if this works, because there's a lot of features going on here. Not exactly sure what this little feature there is for, but if we just take this and hit Q, and we're gonna do here, this is offset face. I want to do a new offset and minus 0.05, and that moved it just 0.05, barely anything. And we're just gonna go around and do that on the others. There is a support feature here. I don't think we're gonna impact it by doing this. So we're gonna do the same thing here and do a Q, new offset, minus 0.05. It doesn't like that. There's something about this whole thing here. Let's take this and let's try moving it. Sometimes you can move something. Minus 0.05. Nope. An existing fillet or chamfer could not be deleted. So what is causing us to not be able to do that? Let's try this with an automatic. Minus 0.05. Nope, it doesn't like that. It's not tube compact. This is for Riva Voron. Yeah, but there's lots of things. Same thing over here though. There's lots of stuff over here that was. Here, let's hide that thing for a second. Is it this? What if we take that and that? And here, let's just grab a bunch of these faces, so we're not really causing any problems. And let's take a few of these. I don't know if I've got the right ones, and let's try moving those. Where's this? We want to go in step. Minus 0.05. Nope, doesn't like it. I'm missing something to grab to try to do that move. It doesn't like it. Fusion can be this way. I don't know if I can grab that. Nope, didn't care. What else could be in here that's causing that? What is this guy here? I'm holding down control and selecting things. Nope. It just doesn't like it. I don't want, it's not worth it to me to go through and do all this. I'll do a little bit of sanding on this side maybe. Maybe I'll leave the other side with that 0.05 isn't going to make any real difference. I can do a little bit of sanding here. Let's see if it'll do it over here. If we do here, Q, new offset, minus 0.05. Yep, that does that just fine. And I'm guessing I'm going to run into the same issue here because it should be just mirrored features. Minus 0.05. Yeah. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time trying that. I just wanted to give myself a little bit of extra room, but I'll just use a file and clean it up. I don't want to go in here and try to recreate all that stuff, delete features, simplify it to the point where I can move it, and then figure out why things are the way they are. I have never broken one, Dat Moment. I mean, I've never bent one, never broke one. So, I know that people have. Okay, so that's where we're at. That is, I mean, it went together fine today. I've learned that on the next one, I will need to give myself a little extra room for the fans, but in the other direction, it was fine. It slid in fine. It's just this direction was a little tight. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll export that out and I'll just print 2 of them. I'll just get two fresh ones so they're the same. And I'll print the Y end stop. So that's it. That was another little bit. That was good. Next stream for this project will be getting the electronics on. Maybe we can talk about the electronics a little bit. Where was it? I did receive the Gen 2 EBB 36 boards. There we go. These things are populated. How wide is the A4T tool head? It is not, I'm not sure if it's the ideal application here because it is a little wide. Width, let's say between these spots, is about 70 millimeters. Yeah, about 70 and a half millimeters. Here, let's put this guy, there we go. Okay, get our focus back. No, come on, you haven't actually focused on me. There we are. Okay, Dragon Burner. I would probably do Ant Head over Dragon Burner. I like Ant Head. So one of the nice things about this, just from a practical point of view, is that it does have 2 part cooling fan inputs and then the hot end fan. So one of the problems with the EBB 36 was having, when you had 2 part cooling fans, having to do a splitter. It is CAN or USB, and it does use the XT30+2 connector. It is CAN or USB. That is a full-size JST XH for the stepper, but it is PH for everything else, it appears. Don't know if this is smaller. Do I have a EBB 36 around here close? Let me grab an EBB 30, the Gen 1. Let me grab a Gen 1 real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, here is a first gen. Very similar, but let's see. It is bigger. Yay! The biggest complaint I had, besides having only one fan connector, the hot end connector, hot end terminal block is bigger. Okay, I'm sold. That is a huge difference. Yeah, that is a gigantic difference. So here we go. One thing it does lose, I believe, is the Max 31865 chip, which would be this stuff over here. I don't think it has support for that. And holy moly, the density of components is way different. Oh, and the height is quite a bit taller. Yeah. Look at that. Look at all those components. Yes, it is still an STM. There it is, ST. Yep. So this is what we'll be putting on here. There is a breakout board for USB. I haven't really, the documentation is a little spotty on this right now from my understanding. This is not ZH, Components are packed too tightly and overheat. I don't know. I don't know anyone who uses the Max chip stuff. I do. I use it on one of my auto loaders on the Phoenix. I have a PT1000 plugged into it for chamber sensor. Oh, the 42 is smaller overall? Interesting. Luke uploaded more stuff. Well, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Here. Is it BTT Wiki? Will that give us something? Welcome to the Big Tree Tech Wiki. See, we were talking just yesterday. I don't need to know anything if I know how to search for it. I don't need to remember anything if I except how to search for it. Okay, so EBB series and Gen 2. Let's look at the EBB 36. So October 24th, corrected an error with heater output power rating. Okay. Generational leap in toolboard design. Key features. Thermistor dedicated to motor driver temperature sensing. Interesting. These aren't 2240s, is it? Are these 2240s, or do they have another sensor on here? No, it's a 2209. It's a 2209. It's a G0B1 on the STM chip. Something that got lost in the iterations during development, that error was that the board is capable of 120 watt hot ends and the temp sensor is buried in the board. Got it. So it's actually getting, so you get temp sensor for the 2209, which you don't get normally. The 2240 has a built-in temperature monitoring, but not the 2209. That's cool. I wonder what pin that's on to sense that. Can you display that in Clipper, I assume? There's our pinout. So power, hot end. Make sure to connect the power selection interfaces for fan and fan 2 in the proper order. Probe. So this uses an LIS2W, DW. Phil and I were chatting about this. This is generally not recommended for input shaping. However, they're saying that this one operates at a much higher frequency than the previous ones. So we'll see how that works or not. So 400 megahertz instead of whatever the old one did. There's the adapter interface. We have CAN in and data or CAN out. 24 volts out, 24 volts in. Some good information here. I haven't visited this. This is the first time I've seen this. With the new Clipper update, and it looks like it doesn't have the issues anymore. Well, that's good. Power connection, multifaceted protection, fan interface, all this stuff. I want to look at, where's the config stuff? USB mode, CAN mode. I don't know what we do on this. Do we do one in USB and one in CAN? We could do that. We could set up one in USB and one in CAN. Is it bad that I think that's fun? That sounds like a blast. Heater interface. Here, you know what? I really should have pasted this in chat, so if anybody wants to follow along. That'll take you right to where I am. You can catch up. Steve builds, you could even daisy chain the injector boards for power. Motor interface, switch interface. There's some good information here. I mean, I haven't dove in to see if there's anything that's confusing or whatever, but just glancing at it, it looks pretty good. We got our Clipper stuff, Clipper info, USB or CAN. Those red wires from the LED say yes, do it. We'll do that. We'll set up one of each. Where's the example config file? Was there one in here? There's Clipper, notes, navigation. Here, let's go. No, that's not good. Where's the config file? What, did I miss it? I see menu config, Clipper, but I don't see a... And where is the ITC interface? Okay. BTTEBB GitHub. I would imagine it's got to be here. So EBB Gen 2, there we are. And 36 Gen 2. And here's our sample config. Hardware, let's see how they're doing on pinout diagrams and stuff. Okay. And what is this? Pinout, oh, ZH. And then a schematic. Useful. And then our config file. So we've got the temperature sensor for it, the LIS, accelerometer, the 2209. Where is NeoPixel BL Touch? Temperature sensor for the BME 280. What is that? Hey, buddy. Did Felix tell you that he got treats? Anyway, yeah, 3-wire fan, NeoPixel, VL Touch, LED. Yeah. Do you want treats? I'll give you treats. You didn't get treats here earlier. We'll end the stream with treats. You want a treat? Good job. That was one chew and gone. I heard one. It's like crunch, gone. You're getting better. You're getting better. You're realizing it's not worth biting. Okay, folks. I think we made some pretty good progress. We have both extruders built. We have toolhead to finish up. Next stream, so in between streams, I'll build the second toolhead. I'll get things up to here to where the next thing we will be is wiring all this to the toolhead boards. Then we're really close to just doing like the umbilicals. Oh, that's something to show. I'm not sure how I feel about this. It is overmolded on both sides. I don't know what the internal construction of this looks like, but at some point I think I'm going to find out, because I'll end up cutting to length, either this build or a future build that I use these boards on. But here, seem to be nicely overmolded, but this does end up making things kind of tall in here. So we shall see. We shall see. That means I won't be using my nicely braided wires there. But we will figure it out. If you want to know more, you covered this on Wednesday, right, Phil? You covered some of the EBB 30 Gen 2 stuff on Wednesday. You can go back and rewatch the VOD on Down Under Maker's channel. Cut the middle and splice the wires together. Oh no, we don't do that unless we really, really have to. So anyway, thanks everyone. Thank you for all the gifted memberships. There were a ton of them today. New members and gifted members. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. Vitali for the CNC gantry. Big Tree Tech for the toolhead boards. So go watch the Vitali stuff on Kiloprint stream. All kinds of good VOD content to check out. We will, if I don't have anything for Wednesday, because I've got a lot of stuff potentially going on this coming week. If I have something I really want to cover, then I'll schedule it. Otherwise, we might end up skipping this Wednesday. We shall see. Depends on what I come up with. If not, then I'll see you next Sunday. So take care, everyone. Hope you have a good week. Enjoy the build. Bye.